Hello. Good evening. Me signing in. Hello, 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 hello. Yes, I just turned on my aircon. I hope everyone is doing well this evening. I have come to realize my cable is weird. Hold on. Just so that I don't trip over it. Okay. I'm going to leave the aircon on just for a little bit. Just for incy bincy bit. I don't know why it's always so loud. One day I'll find myself a new aircon, but it's been like years. This shit is too expensive, I'm sorry. But okay. We're gonna get straight into it because I have mentioned yesterday that I am on a slight time crunch, and I fear that if the first bit of this trial is a bit too long, well, you could say that I'm scared. I'm scared that I'll have to like abruptly stop in between, which will be very, very annoying, wouldn't it? Having that kind of cliffhanger. Since the next time I'll be playing it is again like on Monday. It'll be like a full ass week. Isn't that the worst kind of cliffhanger? It's like watching a show, new show air every week. So let me get the game up. We speedrun this. Not speedrun through the game, but do my best. I'm not the smartest cookie, but hopefully I can big brain it enough. I don't think so, because all the things that we've got so far have just made me more confused. All the new evidence we got from the last investigation just made me genuinely more confused. So needless to say, I may be cooked, but that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Straight in! God, I'm terrified. So, we had a full-ass investigation last night, and I also did a little bit of the dialogue in the antechamber room, where we kind of talked with 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 and Iris, I believe. We've got information that apparently Sholmes, Professor Mikudoba, and even Judge Jigoku has gone MIA. Needless to say, I hope they're safe more than anything, because that screams trouble. Like, you know it's bad because hold on, I forgot my Joy-Con. You know it's bad because we have a fucking photo of Judge Jigoku and Professor Mikudoba together in our court record, and that just means something is gonna go wrong, and that only scares me more than anything. Hold on, let me reconnect my Joy-Con. I will say, I can't click in for music just yet, I just realized, because there's like a little cutscene that's happening. Okay, if I remember correctly, we didn't see the judge. What are the chances Judge Jigoku will come? That doesn't make any sense. Why have a British courtroom? What? A British courtroom on British land. We already have a prosecutor and a lawyer that is from foreign lands. What will you do if you just you find out that the fucking judge has also been replaced for the same nationality as the prosecutor and the lawyer? Which to me isn't a problem, but we are in an era where the British court is more advanced. Like, if anything, our two current prosecutor and lawyer is still technically learning. Like, that's concerning. They're basically still students. Please connect. What do you mean not connected? I go through this song and dance every single stream. Excuse me. Connector. Please. Don't drop it into the coffee, hold on. Oh my god, I literally won't be able to play if that's the case. I'm taking a risk here. Yeah. The right one's working, the left one isn't. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't even... Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you one Joy-Con? It? No, right? Eh? Why is it actually not showing up? Eh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know if Steam knows which buttons to click if it's only one Joy-Con. Isn't the Switch the only one that supports like a split controller setup? Please connect! Eh? Why? Yeah, only the right one's connected. Eh? Excuse me. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know why that took so long. Okay. Connect. Wait, let me click into the game. Yes. Okay. Okay. We're back. Slight issue, but we'll okay. Everyone, I hope you got your hydration today. I made sure to get some water. I don't know if it's too hot though. Get your snacks if you haven't already. I may have to stop in between for a snack. My aircon, I'm just gonna leave on for a little bit. I apologize for the humming. I might turn it off in the middle though, so don't worry about that. Hey! 3rd November, 9:30 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. It's quiet. Oh, wait, my cursor. It was even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. The court stairs piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruto, look! Ah! It wasn't Judge Jugoku, it was fucking Strong Heart. No way! That's what they meant! That's what Van Zyke meant. Okay, I forgot. Another bit was that yesterday during the antechamber, like, discussions bit. Apparently, we had to, like, take a look inside to see that apparently something's a little bit different today. Yeah! Lord Strongheart. Did Kazuma act out too much that fucking Strongheart has to sit here now? Well, to be fair, there is an important symposium going on, so he needs to get this trial over and done with. Kazuma must have known beforehand. I hate you. I gave you a voice. The judge, I never gave a voice because... Ah! It's okay. He's basically like Van Zyke's, but worse. And I had to do Van Zyke's voice during the whole trial before. It's okay. It's okay. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. You can stand? I know we've seen you standing, but like, on there? Sit down! And one over which I, Mel Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart.
On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zyks. You're a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact.
The poor what was that, like a horn? I don't remember what your staff looks like. The poor thing at least use the blunt side. What the fuck? Bro, the craftsmanship that went into it, it's gonna have like a flat face. Please. Hi Penta. How are you today? You've come at a time where I've started screaming already into the stream. Oh dear.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Stop standing.
For the trial of Barak Van Zyks, who officially stands accused of murder.
Oh god, another BGM. Oh my god. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord.
As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine...
Clandestine? Clandestine, wow. Kept secret or done secretively, especially because illicit. That's a weird definition. Clandestine, so quite just separating. Okay, sure. Clandestine.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification, present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories at the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because, whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape.
You're it now. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He is formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed the suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been ruined.
Prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sori.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details.
The official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 PM on 1st November.
There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities. Scotland Yard put enormous effort to investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now.
Who? Of course, she has to be the one to explain it. Hold on. Maybe it's a good time for me to turn this off, because I think my coffee is going to go cold now. Maybe I should have made a big cup of coffee. I don't know if I'm going to be able to last with this.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Inspector Gina Lesher reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. I thought she was saying Reaper, but I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Van Sykes isn't there anymore.
Self-conferred rank, but never mind.
Gina? Again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that? Gina again? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling.
That face. Lord Strongheart knew. I'm already tired of his voice.
So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Coming right up, sir. Victims' movements. Well, yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the reap at the place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? Just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. The police are rarely able to locate them in time.
Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets.
It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That'll explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge.
And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time?
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there.
Hold on, my hair. Oopsie.
That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter.
That can't be! We haven't heard anything about any of this.
Members of the club have testified to it, there's no question. The accused, Baroque Van Zyx, was present. It'll be very significant testimony then.
But Lord Van Zyx has made no mention of this at all.
In short, Lord Van Zyx had ample opportunity to murder the victim.
The horn!
Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination.
You don't have to stare at me like that. He's got a scary look in his eyes.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips or go give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. So, errands? More than orders, then.
This detective is still an apprentice, after all.
Oh well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lester investigation. I'm sure your superiors will be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office so no one else was about. Guess if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else.
Prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself and no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. I'll give it. I've given it in now though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would never have been found.
Lestrade, please. Gina. Ginny.
Hi, Leon. How are you doing? Doing great as usual. How are you today? Can't stay out of trouble, can't you? No. But that's her streak, you know? That's how she is, and that's what makes her charming. Who needs to follow the rules? They're just gonna be worrying that she's left on her own, so I wonder how she's gonna... I wonder how her life is going to progress after we clear this trial. Well, not this trial, this case. Something tells me this is gonna be a long trial, or we'll get another trial. Have there ever been a third day trial? I feel like yes, in Ace Attorney. I remember being so used to like multiple day trials, but like in this game, a lot of it was cleared in like one trial, so I had to try and get used to it. But now it's actually being split again. We'll see. You have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary.
What?
It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. Got this reading game buttoned up now. Gonna show you what I can do. Go on. What's the
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do?
Insist?
I'm scared it's gonna change everything, so we're gonna read out the other things of the testimony. It's a good chance she might make a mistake. Or she might mix up the letters P and Q and B and D.
It's enough of your cheek, Odo. I'm way past E now. I've got all the way to V.
Just to err on the side of caution, the defense will wait until the witness can read all the letters up to Z.
Gah.
In that case, let's get back to the witness's testimony, shall we?
mean, if nothing comes out of this, I would maybe press it, but I hope it doesn't take my HP or anything. So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... Why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? That's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. And it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at the club, no question. Can't say that for certain though, surely.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. Aww. Just kind of a mediocre kind of day. I hope you're resting now though. Hopefully through the stream you can get some rest, unless you're busy later. Lord Van Zyks was at the club.
He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. We know that Lord Van Zyks is investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he had already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. I shall add him to the club, you mean?
Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there.
None have been identified at this time, no.
But the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Why didn't you ask Inspector Lesherly, eh? So, that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all of this. Lord Van Zyks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. I don't think Lord Van Zyks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh, if everything Lord Van Zyks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean there are details you've yet to uncover? Exactly. Clue perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. A clue? I guess I'll press this in hope. What's the statement? I saved just in case. Sorry, Gunnar, I can't stay for longer. Please take care. You're all good, Leon. That's perfectly fine. I'm just happy you're able to stop by. Oopsie. Don't worry about it. You take care as well. I'll try later. Oh, hopefully, alright? We'll see you, Leon. Man, it's just one of those time periods. It's always the end of the year where it starts to get really busy. I feel like each day that comes by, more things just get piled up suddenly that I'm not like ready or expecting. Oh well. That's why I always hate the end of the year. Now this is why winter is my favorite month, but it only has to be in Australia. Winter is my favorite month because nothing happens in the middle of the year and it's great. End of the year is too busy for me. I'm not the kind of person that can handle like, how do you say, having like a packed lifestyle, I guess you could say. Ah! I misclicked. Alright, let's again.
Hold it!
I didn't get to read through my how to be a lawyer 101 in time. Okay. Insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked.
As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. Prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection. Kazuma?
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
Alright then, I get to show off my reading skills. Apparently the smuggled goods stealing was happened at a gentleman's club called the Grouse. Eh?
The Grouse? The Hold it!
Hi Phoenix! How are you today? It feels like it's been so long since I've last seen you. You were here yesterday, right? I did see you yesterday, right? Unless I thought of someone else.
The Grouse? What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing, but I am kind of curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I'll tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover.
Could you though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there.
Is it a gentleman's club? I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings are going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
There's the even lower ranking detective.
Do we have anything that relates to the...
I don't think so.
Yeah, this is the updated autopsy report. Wait, this dialogue's different, is it? The details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look,
It's the same, though. Of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Shorms had picked out.
Do you remember? There's a red hairpiece that was seen too. Wait, it's because it's a new... This is technically a new chapter! So everything's reset, is it? Eh? Really? Eh?
I'm not going through everything again. Hell the fuck no. We'll leave it.
Something that doesn't make sense. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, I forgot we were given this, but there's no reason for us to interact with it yet, huh? I kind of... Oh. In case something goes wrong. I need to save anyways, because I might present the wrong thing. But I want to interact with a little bunny. Oopsie. Oh, hello, Sean. Excuse me. Hold on. Just go finish with this case as long as fuck. Good luck. Oh dear. I'll probably cut it short in the middle of the trial, maybe, if it is too long. Well, I'm assuming this last This last chapter of the game is gonna be long as fuck. Every Ace Attorney game is like that. But hopefully I can get through a good chunk today. But good to know. Good to know it is as long as I thought it would be. But welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. I'm not ready at all. Was there like a middle bit that I could interact with, or was that just me? Okay, it was just okay. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. You suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you right, Mr. Naruto? Eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if we were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you must learn stoic patience. I want to know. It's so cute though, look at it! Why did she give us Mr. Sholmes? If we pull it, will Sholmes appear? Smuggled goods at a gentleman's club called the Grouse. Huh? Should I I said I didn't want to examine everything, but should I examine everything just in case? Oopsie. Because when we opened this, we found out about the thing. The passport thing. There wasn't really much else. Unless she pronounced it incorrectly? Would any of the letters be out of order? No, she said she can count. She can not count. She can read up to what letter was it? V? All of these letters are before V, no? T-U-V. Yeah, U-V. She would have known what U is. W-X-Y-Z. Yeah. Maybe it's not this statement. Let's read through the other statement. Is this updated? No. Yeah, even Gina hasn't noticed. Mistake in this testimony somewhere. Okay, let's... What they're told, but a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in them. Looks like there's a big job in all, but the coppers weren't on it yet.
Hold it!
Let me read this again. I guess let's hope I don't accidentally present things again. Let me save. I'm prone to being clumsy and misclicking, so let me save. And then we're going to examine every single piece of evidence to be caught up for today. Oh dear. right in thinking that these scales are symbol of defense law, aren't they? To symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced, equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable. They're such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? The thing about the scales of justice is they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruto. I wonder if this is updated, because we were given this now. He said not to give it back. There find embroidery, embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazumazogi. I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right hand just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? No, it was very neutral dialogue. Oh, we can't examine that. We can't examine that. We can examine this. Professor Mixabat has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. Really not sure that would help. Oh, it looks like some sort of steamship ticket. The SS... Yubbit. Damn, this is how they get you, huh? No wonder it sounded familiar. Oh, hi, Kay! Nice to see you again. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Ah, it's the boat that Professor Mikaba and Judge Goku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Bureau. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? You like this on purpose, Mr. Naruto? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Yes, it's grouse. We examined this at like the start of the first investigation. Of course I was gonna forget. Ow! It's not the Grouse Gentlemen's Club, it's probably the SS Grouse. That's fucking yikes. Oopsie. Already started misclicking. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. I understand that they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously? Is your mirror cracked or something? We know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse. The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards a country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it here. Hold on, just because we investigated that one, let's read this one again. Within 1 week from 31st of October, Port of Dunkirk, France, travel, please business. additional one person, Tobias Gregson. If I, what does it say? I'm skipping it because we can just read it in the history. I don't want to click through it. So, London arrival 1st of November. It's currently the 3rd, right? Right now? The 3rd of November. So you may have to prove that Gregson was on the steamship with that passport, huh? Good, thank you. Good. Do strap up for today because I will be screaming yet again. Okay.
This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
The other side, my lord.
Be more specific next time.
He actually retaliates. You know, sometimes we present evidence and they only look at like one thing. I'm like, no, please turn it. Well, no, please do this. Like, you don't specify exactly where to look, you just give it.
This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st of November. The day on which the sound like gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine
I forgot how to pronounce it. Clandestine mission.
That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. It would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question.
And show your evidence for that assertion. Very well.
Stop! The little horn! The craftsmanship! Why? Isn't that annoying to slam on as a gavel? That's your walking stick! That's your cane! Sir!
In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st of October.
Is issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. It is the passport, right? That's the only thing that's kind of linking to the port. And also has the date. In 1 week from 31st of October. Why do I feel like I'm wrong here? Why hold on. I feel so doubtful. I don't know why. Because that makes sense, right? It's within 1 week from 31st, your departure to Dunkirk.
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st of October. What are you suggesting?
Suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Stop! The fucking face! The poor thing! Use the blood side!
Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. Would you not slam a unicorn gavel if you had one? That's not a gavel! But that's not a gavel! If there was a gavel with a unicorn shape on it, okay, sure. But that's a gate! At least use the blunt side. Like, if you go to slam it, you're just slamming the poor, like, horse's face in. And this poor little horn is gonna be like... it's not gonna be a unicorn anymore. The poor thing. Imagine being the craftsman, you know? Like, this court ends the next day, and then you're like, oh my god, Lord Chief Justice, how's your cane doing out in this fine evening? And you look at it, and it's just fucking flat. Its poor little nose is just flattened. Because how many times he slammed it as a gavel. It's like, oh my god, sir, what happened?
Was just at court yesterday.
What the fuck were you doing at court yesterday with your cane? According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
Why are your music stopping? Why are you laughing?
I'm impressed, Runosuke Naruto. Certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport.
What? You mean you knew about this?
Prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something.
Kazuma! If he actually for real dies off this, I'm gonna scream. My man is gonna have his fucking head on like wanted posters around the country after this. Like, god damn, bro.
Now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Sogi? Courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper.
The Reaper? No! You guys are gonna have to get used to this. Anytime that poor little unicorn gets slammed in the face, I'm gonna scream. Oh, it's already dead! Oh, the poor thing. Unless it's like very fucking sturdy, but as far as I'm concerned, no matter how many times you go to slam an object, it's gonna find itself dented beyond repair, you know? Maybe I should have kept my aircon on. I'm gonna get heated from fucking screaming at a gavel. A unicorn cane being used as a gavel. That's all it's gonna take for me to get heated up. Let's just start now.
What on earth are you saying, Counsel? Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. I'm trying to remember what this was because this was technically last week for me. Man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. Oh! She's going for the other side. But we know this not to be the case, maybe? Or at least, okay, if we were to follow what Van Zyks has told us, he's under the belief that Gregson, well, his investigation for Gregson, he's known as the tactician for being the Reaper. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination? Baroque Van Zyks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that that was Inspector Gregson? I'm just saying this now. I'm gonna get sick of poor. No, I'm not poor. A fucking Strongheart's voice. And you know what? With the abuse he's inflicting on that poor little unicorn, yeah. You know what? Fuck him. I try to go for as long as I can, but I can't make any guarantees.
What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never done nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zyks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baroque Van Zyks is not the Reaper! Predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. Even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard the steamship. Professor Mikaba and Judge Goku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. I'm not gonna say like... Oh no. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrin?
What?
The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying. Even all them bludgers I got taken out had it coming. Boss, what the Reaper? Gina.
Poor Gina indeed, because we only We only said that that Van Zyks wasn't the Reaper. We didn't counter that Gregson wasn't, you know, doing what he was doing in act as the Reaper. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. He may just be an apprentice, but if he spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. Ain't heard nothing. I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
I know it's supposed to be fancy handwriting, but the fucking W witness testimony sometimes looks like an M, and to me I'm just like, witness testimony. I know what it says, but my brain still reads it otherwise. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. The last entry in there was 31st October. There's a grouse of the place on that date and the name of the mark. There's a notebook about him being a criminal that got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Gina, please don't cry. Stop crying. Makes me want to cry.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact, dear.
Let the poor girl mourn her. Even Scotland Yard hasn't gotten over it yet. People at the investigation, just like, at the crime scene, were still mourning for Gregson too. They were crying on their job. Like, come on.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Renosuke Naruhodo.
Stop government naming him.
What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper.
Ah!
So who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st of October.
How'd you read this then?
Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, right, Odai? It's a funny name, and it ain't English. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas?
Oh! There's two people, and I fear for them. Let me have a bash at it. Say... Ish-Iro? Is it? Yeah. Seishiro. Ji-o-kyo? Maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's... Judge Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku sounds like an English name, you're right.
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark, returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baroque Van Zyks. It's an undeniably logical argument.
Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along. You can do that animation here too. Whoa! And not you drinking while the court is in session. Thank God this is a closed trial. Imagine you went to a fucking trial and the fucking accused is just sipping on his damn fancy ass wine. Who gave him a cup? Your voice is literally the same as Strongheart.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
Lord Van Zyx?
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I am the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Oh, so funny. Sorry, Gina.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper. You sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned for this feeble excuse for testimony.
What did you say? Sonarodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. No! I was so scared. I was so scared. That's why I was just staring at him. I just knew he was gonna slam it down, but I was just giving myself a moment in hopes to be wrong. Strongheart! Maybe he's like he's the same as Lord Van Zyx, where Lord Van Zyx has to keep getting new fucking cups every day for his wine. And Strongheart is the same, where he just has a line of unicorn cane gavels that he can use over and over again. Just not as disposable as Lord Van Zyx's one is though. Even though they're high quality is the funny thing. Isn't that what the dialogue was? High quality, like, craftsmanship? of glass, of wine glasses? They also have like the gold rims too. They must be so expensive, and here he is just breaking them in court just to like cuss out a foreign prosecutor. Fuck. And a lawyer to us and all the other trials anyways.
Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality.
Impartiality.
Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense begin the cross-examination immediately.
Hey! Hey! When was the last time you did that? What the fuck? Ah! For those that don't know, because it has been a while since it's done this, anytime Inosuke slaps his face, I do it in U-turn. 3, 2, 1. Holy shit. I think that was the hardest slap that I've done out of all the ones that I've done for the Great Ace Attorney. Jesus Christ. If I look in the mirror now and there's a fucking mark, oh my god, I'm blaming this on you, Inosuke. At once, my lord. Ooh, that one's gonna be stingy. Reaper's notebook. So this is the same? Okay, let me quickly read through it. And then I'll press. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims. Wait, she's already. Does Lord Van Zyks have anything different? The grouse for the name of that date and the name of the mark. There's a note about being a criminal what got away from the Reaper and caught 10 years ago or something. Okay, no. Okay, I get it. So, this was a previous testimony, but it's more that if Van Zyks will say something in between. Okay, fine. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? You could have been investigating Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what you found out.
If I may, when originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. We have the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. You carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Well, he's telling this to everyone, so it's not just us that knows this now. Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization.
Hey, sorry.
With you as its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, let me know when he was elsewhere. They'd be able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location.
You knew it said grouse.
Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Something wrong, Miss Naruto. You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no. It's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Is he okay?
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Did the stream end? Oh wait, no, I think it's just cause I think my stream is lagging, that's why. What? Actually, yeah. Why is my okay, sorry. I think my connection is like chugging a little bit. So the stream is still alive. It's just lagging slightly. It's not delaying just yet, but I think it's just, yeah, it's just lagging a little bit. So just refresh the stream if you guys find that that's not loading in properly. Apologies. I feel like my connection today is fine though. I'm not too sure why it's chugging. It's always a gamble. So for those that don't know, Miyu here lives in Australia, so my connection to the world is not the most reliable. So sometimes my stream is delayed. Sometimes. Just sometimes, not all the time. But I think more so it's gonna be happening during the end of the year. It always happens during the summer. This is another reason why I hate summer and I'll always love winter. You'll never catch me slacking on like cussing out spring and summer as a season. my aircon. But just restart, guys, if it's not working out properly. I believe it's either my connection for some reason, even though it looks fine right here, or if it's YouTube. Sometimes it is YouTube, sometimes, most of the time, it's me. But hopefully it goes through smoothly today. I clicked out to check on the thing. I've got what in particular? Well, besides the victim's name, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? Yeah, that's the one. She a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday?
𝐢𝐧𝐿, the assassin.
What? Like a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. The person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been...
Clearly, the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life.
Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had a question mark or something there, I think. Because she's dead.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating. Oh, my jaw. I don't know if you guys heard that crack. Jesus Christ.
A nameless assassin.
I'm going on YouTube D&D series sooner or later. We'll join that in a couple of weeks. To joining after 2 or 3 sessions, and it's bi-weekly. Oh, D&D series? Well, that sounds so exciting. Are you guys like planning like thing at the moment? I know a couple of friends that are into D&D, but I don't know. I've never actually played D&D before. Funnily enough, even though I feel like I'm a D&D kind of player, I don't think I find myself doing well playing D&D. I don't know. Ugh. Like, I feel like I'm okay with watching it. Watching it is fun. But I don't think I'd ever find myself as like a player. Maybe I just need like one campaign that like works for me. Because I know there's all sorts of different campaigns, and that's just like at that point a genre that people like choose, you know, and how they enjoy it. It is! So planning at the moment. Ooh, exciting! Do you have like the theme? What kind of theme it is at the moment? Or still very early planning? Because I know it takes a while for it to come together.
Hold it!
Have I pressed this one yet? It's the next one, right? And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. Remember the man? He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jikoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago? After that fateful case?
Precisely. In that aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. There's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in yours got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Oh, good idea, Gina.
Hold it!
It's going on right now, but the DM wants the rest of the players to have a sense of normalcy. Normalcy? I'm joining later. So like, getting used to you can tell that I know nothing. Never been in D&D sessions, so I have no idea. Because I can understand like needing to like get used to it, so you like wait a bit so you can like smoothly transition in. But I'm still confused. Power Ranger thing. Oh, that's cool. Power Ranger. So like, I'm trying to think, and then the first thing, like this isn't the same. But if I try to imagine it as like a D&D campaign, my brain was like, My Hero Academia, but that's not right. That's not right. That's not the same thing. I don't know why my brain just thought of that. So you'll have like your own like not like powers, but like equipment. Bro, how long has it been since I watched Power Rangers? Because I watched it as a kid, but there was also sorts of different Power Rangers, so I always forget which one was which. And there's also something that I'm watching that also makes a lot of jokes about the Power Rangers, and it just flies through my head. Flies through my head? It goes over my head. What the fuck? What the fuck? It goes over my head because I don't remember the things I know of Power Rangers anymore. What do you mean a criminal? Judge Goku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Goku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Mitigate Genshin's guilt, but then he got carried away. Contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. I'm so curious of what this was. This is a really interesting statement about him.
It was a pitiful situation, yes. I've forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see, but it was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Of what?
Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule.
That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike.
What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Ikoku was targeted for assassination?
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is.
Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension.
What? Right, I just had about enough of this. Gina? Oh, this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers! Come on, Oda.
Yes?
Why aren't you saying nothing? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No question. You've gotta work out who it is. Please. For the boss. Gina. The horse.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. Might have known that a common pickpocket for the black sums can make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with the lot of ya. It's lies. Every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina.
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind.
Did you what, Mr. Naruto?
There was one point in this cross-examination that something that was just said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh, do you mean?
Gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
What are you talking about? Ah! Basically getting a sense of how the sessions, the story goes before adding another player to shake it up. Oh, okay, yeah, true. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Because you can't really just throw people in the session, I forgot, yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, I was kind of on the right track. A transition of some sort.
I see. It's a good way for everyone to get used to what's going on, too. Might be one other besides me, but I think it's later. Well, good luck. No, have fun. Have fun when that session does start, Phoenix. That sounds really exciting, so hopefully you'll enjoy yourself through it. Is it with people, like, do you know some people there? Or you just kind of found it and stumbled yourself in? Because I think that's the other reason why I can't find myself in D&D session, since I don't know many people, and I'm very shy. I'm very shy to meet people, so having a whole like session together, I don't know if I have it in me to do that. I feel like if I ever find myself in a D&D session, it'd have to be a very specific fantasy like genre. I just wouldn't have the slightest clue what kind. I can't deny, like, as someone that plays a lot of JRPGs, it's probably gonna be something more like that. If it followed like a JRPG kind of story, I may find myself invested more than like other kind of stories. I think so. Or if it's similar to like a game that I've played before. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Haha! The game title! What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Oda? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... What? 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 Everything we heard during the cross-examination. That's one thing that advised. Okay, well, most of the text is gone, but let's see if we can find it here. When was the last autosave? '23? That was like 10 minutes ago. What happened 10 minutes ago? Ah! Ah! Who? Inconsistency in something that was said by... Why? What are you talking about? Why don't you ever share with the class what you're thinking? Renosuke! Susan still barely said anything. If it's either Gina, Van Zyke, or I guess Kazuma? I'll be honest, I can't remember most of what Gina said. Did Van Zyke say anything that makes sense? I feel like, no, not really. It's pretty straightforward sometimes. Kazuma's the prosecution. I might reload. I might reload just to try and see if I can backtrack. Oh, should I press on this, because this is where things get real. So this statement gets updated. You know what? Let's get some dialogue that we didn't get to see before. So you have complete faith that Inspector Gregson is innocent in all of this. Of course I do. I mean, I owe him that, don't I? Because he's the only one what had faith in me. Gina. Boss promised me. He did. He promised me that even though I was just a diver, he could turn me into a top-notch detective. A guy with a good heart like that ain't gonna go and rob people of their futures, is he?
Every single person killed by the Reaper was a criminal.
That's not your voice. Well, your voice is basically the same strong one anyways.
Oh, by the Reaper was a criminal of the First Order. Low lives like that have no compunction about robbing hundreds of others of their futures. Their ludicrous acquittals in court give them the freedom to make hundreds more suffer.
I don't...
So what? You justified your actions because you're protecting innocent people's futures? I'm not suggesting that the Reaper's methods are justified at all. But life isn't black and white, that's all I'm saying.
Stop making her cry! What are you guys doing? That's what we have to work with. May help us that Lord Van Zyke is in the stand too.
Yes, perhaps.
Sure, Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point trying to get more out of her. No, there is. Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zyke's words?
When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean?
I'm sure Cosmo intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. You worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, that trial may end and education won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying.
Well, that would be nice before you sent me into the fucking grave with the last statement.
We're gonna press everything up until this point before we go to the fourth one again. Do you have a favorite pursuit theme? I'll be honest, I can't tell which ones are exactly the pursuit themes. I know I know the ones that end up being like intense, but at the top of my head, I can't like think of any. But I feel like I wouldn't be able to give an answer anyways until I finish the game. But all the pursuit themes that I was able to pick up on were so damn good. I wonder if I'll have a favorite one. We'll see. I feel like when I do, the last stream that I ever do of this game is going to be like looking through the gallery and like whatever is in the special contents that I've been told about. I feel like once I go in there, I'll be able to decide. And I'll look through all like the soundtrack again. Well, knowing me, fucking when I accidentally spoiled myself. one of the orchestras that I went to play on stream with like the BGM in the back as BGM in the back while I was drawing. I accidentally got spoiled one of the scenes, but it was okay because it was in Japanese. But I heard Kazuma's name, so I had to stop it before I got spoiled anymore. Maybe if I go and re-listen to that again, maybe. We'll see. But at the moment, nothing. No answer that I can give at the moment. Do you have a favorite one? Or like, up until the point I am in the game at the moment, do I know which theme it is? I'm going to speed through this and then read it in the history. Does Cosmo know that we found the passport in the metal trunk? We mentioned, right? Didn't we say that when we presented the passport? But we found it in his metal trunk? Wait, what did we say? What? Oh no, I don't remember anything.
Hold it!
There wasn't a name. The nameless assassin. Third statement. Joji Goku. Math of the Professor case. I'll go do my job, have fun streaming. Thanks for stopping by, Sean. Have a good day at work. Take care. I wonder if it's the first statement because 𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼r𝐴 found something was off. We'll listen through this again. See if anything came up from here. When he was in the thing and the blah 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 blah. Because what was said that it was you said I forgot to say. Actually no, I can save I forgot. It's only when I press the last statement. I need to make sure I save after this. But he said that one of the statements was off, but then what we need to counter is what somebody said during the statement. Oh, Gina. Yeah, cuss him out. Okay, yeah, I need to save here. Can I press the fourth statement again? Make her cry again. Oh, don't word it like that. Hold on, let me click through this. Is this updated? Yes. It's not. Let me is this it's this the first statement. The first statement's what's inconsistent. Is it? What do you mean? But wait, someone's lying? Am I right to think that? But I don't remember at all, so I can't say that confidently. It's not. Him knowing that the passport was found in the victim's trunk. I'm only like pressing it because it feels odd that he's able to... He knew about the trunk because we found out that... But she... Hold on. She was holding onto the but... It's something else. It's something else? This... I'm going with the meta play here because 𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼r𝐴 clearly reacted to something, and it's something that 𝐢𝐧𝐼r𝐴 said. But you could argue he's always like this against 𝐢𝐳𝐼r𝐴. He's just very reactive towards 𝐢𝐳𝐼r𝐴, to be fair. His entire life is surrounded by 𝐢𝐳𝐼r𝐴. Just out of curiosity, is this the same? Yes, it is. We get to go through this whole fucking thing again. That's gonna be fun. Is it somebody else? Did anybody else say something that they shouldn't have known anything about? But that's kind of the whole point of this, because we're finding out. We're finding out. So... 𝐢𝐧𝐼r𝐴 knows something because... knows things because he was... spying on the place, that's the point. Regina is also investigating, so of course she... Was there anything... do we know that she doesn't know? Sounds like an inconsistency to me. Sounds like someone knows something they shouldn't. Is it Kazuma? Is it actually Kazuma? I'll save here. So this is the old one with the new one, but in the same place. But it's been 16 minutes later. This feels something sharp, kind of. Can we get tagged onto my shirt? I just feel it sharp. Okay. Kazuma? Well, even if it is wrong, this will be the first time that I just lash out at Kazuma. I'm doing this out of love!
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Sogi.
Me? This is an attempt at filibustering, Counsel. Prosecutor Sorg has given no testimony. What are you suggesting? I said that was inconsistent.
You let something slip
That you shouldn't have known.
When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. What? The passport? Or the trunk?
Now to go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Sorgi has said?
That he shouldn't have known what the trunk is, or do I present the passport and where we found where it came from? Well, you told us what. I fucking hate it here! Am I right? This seems to be going the right way. Oh yeah, it's okay, I have the other save. What? Alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Sorgi has said. The trunk? Reveals the alleged inconsistency. Well, we present the passport and we're like, well, but I feel like there's something you present later when you present the passport. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll present the trunk. Wait, should I present the trunk first? The passport. Recovered by Gina. Was removed from the sea. Because he shouldn't, but it's from Gina. Did Gina, but that's why I got confused about this whole thing. Okay, if the trunk is wrong, I'll present the passport, okay?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
Metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? Bloodstain? A relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Oh, she actually did think it was that.
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling without luggage when he was killed. That can't be! There was no mention of any trunk in the Scotland Yard's report.
Yes. There's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with that trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Wait, so we really... Wait, I wish I clarified this a little bit more so that they could stress it, but then, you know, it's fine. Fine. That's why they did the reaction thing with Ryunosuke. The front is changed by the... It's about the voice act, it's a flashback. So the question is... How did you know about the inspector's trunk?
Excuse me. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Protection.
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. 31st of October? Where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Inosuke? Kazuma! What did you— I considered the possibility before, but Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. I know, Miss Naruto. Surely you don't think— Come on, Rinosuke. You know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled.
I'm turning this off.
So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it? Beyond a reasonable doubt. That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector. He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that Trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where's the evidence that ties Prosecutor Sohi to Inspector Gregson?
There's literally only one thing, and I forgot to save!
You see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. Squinting.
Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think.
Got it.
No? Nothing. Okay. It's not his. That means okay. He did. Okay. It's fine. Joke's on you. I can save you. I'd lose a point of HP, but it's fine. I'd rather save because if I find myself in an endless loop where I'm just gonna keep taking L's without being able to save, that hurts more. On the trunk, because even if I choose the bloodstain, what does that mean? Is this counted as us examining it back then? No, okay. There was only 3 things we were able to investigate here. Dark stain. Of course, it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Passport authorizing of the travel overseas. Trip aboard them. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. 31st October, one day before the incident. Really? Blah, 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 blah. 3 things! There's only 3 things. That only leads me to be confused. How is it this one or this one? If it's not the blade. The defense counsel inspect this trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful. Kazuma! Destructive accusations. Why is he so ruthless? Stop! Best friend dog! It's not that you can't allow yourself to be drowned at the sea yet. I've been never to let that happen, funnily enough. And so identify for the core where in the trunk this alleged clues to be found. Guys, prosecutor Soviet said... Is it just a passport? Get this. I don't think they're gonna have any new dialogue. Unless you want to present the bloodstain, even though we've talked about it. What does that mean? If it's connected, if it's wait, the slash, not the thing itself. I forgot. You can technically examine the. Wait. That was different dialogue. Hold on. I'm sorry. You didn't stop for a straight when it said permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. I can't believe it was you, Kazuma. So the only reason he would have known about but how is that this that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, well this just means verbal confirmation from Kazuma if we present this.
Got it.
Oh, it's wrong again. Wait, is it actually the gash? Doesn't make any sense.
Got it.
Me presenting everything else. Yes, it is. What does the bloodstain mean? Wait. If I present the bloodstain, it's not the bloodstain. What does this mean? To Inspector Gregson, that doesn't...
Got it.
It's not. Wait, what is it? What? If it's not this, if it's not this, did I misclick any of the my presents? It's not like a secret notch or something, is that? What if I just present nothing? We'll be like, oh, there is none. There is no evidence.
Shall I try and present everything again just in case I misclicked it? So I can really affirm that it's not any of the things that we can interact with here. So I've presented the bloodstain. I'm gonna try and for this again, just in case that I misclicked it. There's this one. Blade. Which is the first thing I presented.
Why?
I did misclick. You're so fucking. Biggest fumble ever. You know, Congratulations, everyone. We're back at the fucking start. I was like a fucking headless chicken there. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. The tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karama. Of course it is. Is that why he thanked us? Is that why he thanked us yesterday? Like, thank you for taking care of Karama? Oh, no. Why don't you draw it here? Draw it here in this courtroom for all to see. Size caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼 like a hawk. That would be necessary. I know. The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved.
Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼?
Yes. On 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me.
The mission was
the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You're following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Chikoku?
Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explain!
I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. I never had intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? You can believe Kazuma-sama? I'm sure. After all, Judge Chikoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Chikoku's cabin?
Exactly. It wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but... You've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Sorry, let me visualize this in my brain. I spent the following morning a boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It'll be simple enough to verify. But what became of Jikoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. Met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. Causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And end his wretched agent's life. I have a bad feeling about this. Ended his wretched agent's life. Did I say that? I said that. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. That's the real truth. Okay. That scared me. I always forget. Megami Ayato. Thank you for the sub. I always forget. I always forget the notification. Thank you so much. I don't know if they're in the stream right now, but I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping by the stream if you are here. Oh my god, my heart. Casper, I'm sorry. The confetti it was a little early. we're still in the middle of the trial. If anything, I feel like wait. What? Wait, no. Imagine the confetti scene, but we have fucking Strongheart there. That doesn't look like, that doesn't feel correct. I pronounce you not guilty. There's just confetti flying around the van. That doesn't feel right. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. I forgot to click back into the game. Imagine.
Objection!
But if you did not think as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Yeah, good question, man. I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Fuck the British system, right? Be damned, your laws! Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Great sword Karama, the illustrious blade passed down through generations of the Ōsōgi clan. The prized sword's tip has a small piece missing. Wow, who'd have thought we'd have the blade around our waist the entire time. We've never gotten to draw it, and then when we finally give it back to the person's fucking owner, it gets submitted as evidence. I'd be damned, truly. Karama, a great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. You can almost hear Karama's sobs.
Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Anything else that we can examine? Just the tip, no? I feel like, yes, I feel like this doesn't have a lot to it. So it's more that we need to talk about it at some point. That's why we need to present it as an evidence. Which is even more concerning, personally, but, you know. It's nothing, right? You didn't see anything different, right? Everything looks kind of the same.
Must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
Oh, he is missing. What? Remains unharmed.
I agree, that should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
How did she...
When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Goku may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zyx? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
The unicorn!
Order in the court! We'll take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. The man can be located within half an hour. We will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Goku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree, Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord.
I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you'll face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Kazuma-sama, Reaper's assassin. Feel as though I'm in a nightmare. Hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Goku. Then, I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. In the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Oh, of course. Because we know that Sholmes and Mikotoba has gone. By any chance, did they know that Jigoku was missing? And they've gone off? The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. Is this from last night that I pushed? I pushed to do quickly instead of doing it today altogether. So I'll just voice act it again.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hairlay's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Even when I was reading it yesterday, I still couldn't say it. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hairlay's ears or not? Guys! I hope the illusion of choice is here because it'd be funny if we just were to leave it. Susato was like, here's an option! Are you sure?
Fucking do it!
Will this actually decide the fate of the game? Will we actually die? Also, him calling it �𝐼𝐧𝐟𝐨. Leave it. Illusion of choice? This is one of 𝐢𝐧𝐼's inventions. There's no telling what might happen. For all I know, it could cause a huge explosion.
I'm not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Naruto. Compared to the trial ending immediately after this recess, a huge explosion might be preferable.
Not sure you should be thinking like that, Mr. Sato.
I suppose you're right. If there was ever a time for taking a risk, it's now.
I love the illusion of choice.
Here goes then. I'm going to do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruto.
No looking back.
Hey! Ow!
That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Yeah, my dear fella, here!
It's the felt doll talking.
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruto. Pull as hard as you can.
Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it.
Oh! Wait, that's so cute!
Oh my god, wait, he's on a ship! Wait, it pulls on his ear, that's so cute.
Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off.
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse.
The SS Grouse?
Left over the last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded.
It's on his ear! That's so cute!
Well, currently, Dr. Dunkirk would due to be underway again in half an hour.
You've taken a ship to France?
It's so cute!
You mean she has this on her bag at all times, so she made sure to give the other one to show. Iris, my sweet, precious.
Emotion, I'm sorry, we must focus. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time.
So you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruto, pray, what is my name?
Sherlock Sholmes, world famous great detective.
Recited to perfection, well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Oh, look. Oh, it's so cute. So cute.
So it's like a fucking phone. I'm sorry, this is so cute. Look at his face. I didn't say this yesterday, but like his face when he was passed out on top of Mikudawa, Professor Mikudawa, I thought that was really cute too. But I was too busy laughing to make note of it.
Ow! Mr. Sato, gently with this genius's ear, please.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
For me, Sholmes. There you are, Mikudawa. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recorded my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. Not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions out of my name. Yes, you did, didn't you?
We've just ended a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now.
And if I'm unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say.
Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I've no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
A little later then?
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Cute.
Ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sean?
By the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half of that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikataba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
An investigation! First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. The crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. He's got something written on his arm. It says Sholmes.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a more famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you?
It does say Sholmes. Doesn't really say Sholmes though. Is that really an M?
Do you not recognize well-traveling great sailor
Tichkin
Stroganov when you see? Great detective? I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikataba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine.
Just wanting to be curious if by any odd chance that you could read this upside down, so I'm gonna do it now. Oh, follows. Oh, but if it's not gonna be a W because the M was written weirdly, it's a different letter. But it makes sense if you. Or something glows. If we were to read this upside down anyways, well, to assume that the H is a Y. Why would someone write Sholmes' name, like, facing this way? Like, that doesn't make sense. So it'd have to be the other way if you're trying to write on your arm. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes?
I must say, such adoration is flattering. Naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My Lord Devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe? Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world, aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikadaba. Sure, I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see? Looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. You mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? Should I give Mikataba the fucking Renosuke voice? Because I know I like fluctuated with his voice a lot as it was, but I think more so now if we're going to be doing an investigation with him. Well, so is this even an investigation? We're in a 30-minute recess, we'll see. The stationers realize that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikataba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Say that in front of the guy, doesn't he? Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked! If I am not here, you cannot get inside. Back of the bar? I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? But a mere 5 seconds! So you to be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. I can't refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend.
So funny.
So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I?
Five seconds. Just box the old man, would ya?
Sure, that wouldn't be they wouldn't charge you for assault. Good man? So, the game is afoot.
Oh my! We can't present anything, of course. We don't have anything on us. Wait, this is so different. I love it. We get to play as Mika the Boat. We get to basically act as. Yeah, it's different. It's investigation. So, we get to be his great partner. Isn't that exciting?
That's. Why does that door look like it's gonna open anytime soon? Maybe let's not interact with it. Wait, no, all these doors have very. Okay, you know what? Sure. That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. Yeah, I'll do Shminosuke's voice. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, of course, that isn't. That looks important.
It seems that we can't really do much dialogue here.
Oh, so it's either this or whatever the fuck this is, huh? Look at the door. Another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside. Perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you then, Mikitaba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant?
Jeez. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow? Oh, I wasn't meant to click it!
That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. I'll bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fella, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Really, Shams? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make?
PP, naturally. Also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. Go ahead, Mikitaba. Do a PP this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. So funny. What is this switch? What are the chances that it's the alarm? Like, what is this unassuming switch? I want to explore all my options before I click the right one, but like, it seems that...
We'll see.
Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. That's kind of smart, not gonna lie. I think not, that would never work, surely. Need to concoct another distraction. Because there seems to be 3 options right now. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Yeah, don't do that, because as far as I'm concerned, that's a really bad idea. That's why I'm gonna save and click it. We may get arrested! Worst case scenario, it doesn't ring.
Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Hey, what are you doing? If we're at sea, that would be a very bad problem.
What's going on down there? Seaman strong enough, report at once! Is it actually working? Oh, because he has to report! Sorry sir, nothing to report, it was just stupid trick. no, not by being my world famous. No, as I told you. Now show him now. Oh, he's already there. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? I don't stand there gawping at my brilliance. Look at my in we go. Oh yes. Wait, so that was correct. It's only at sea that it's a bad idea. Eh? SS Grouse, first class cabin number 2. Isn't he gonna barge in and like cuss us out? It's obvious that we would have gone in unless he locked the door. Good gracious. Hold on. Let me quickly save here and then we'll interact with the light switch to see how that goes. I feel like the light switch is like another good idea though, if you think about it. Like 5 seconds is like is enough, no? To have the lights off and then, well, unless the assumption is that it's not actually that dark out. That'll be funny. Let me see what the light switch ending is. Click the switch. Oh! Ah! What is happening? Where is light? Now Sholmes now!
Wait, maybe Sholmes can't see anything, so he can't do it either. I forgot.
Nobody there.
That was a close shave.
What a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor.
You be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. I was micked about that. I thought that was Sholmes. It would have been funny otherwise. All right, we got all of it. Off, back in we go. I feel like the whatever.
It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
There's clothes on the floor there. They're safe shadows without question. It seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly.
I need to channel my 43-year-old. How do I act as a 43-year-old while still using my normal voice?
There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here.
That burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling.
Shall we? Partner. Well, the doors in this vessel have locks, I believe.
Wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Sherlock Sholmes, lock, bolt, or shirt button, it makes no difference. All I'm fastened with equal ease.
The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective.
My dear Mikadaba, as long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied.
Of course you are. I need to channel being a 43-year-old Japanese man. Wore a slightly different color just here, do you see?
Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hung for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief?
And that's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
It may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall, I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked the bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you?
He has a copy on him.
That's so funny.
A substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown. Momihiki work trousers, a Tazan robe, a Haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are accustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too, if you. I'm very likely drowned in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. He is very big in... Oh dear, that does not look good. He is very big in, build in comparison to, Professor Mikaba. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one.
It's so funny they fucking put like, it looks like a talisman, but it's like a notice in Japanese in front of the wardrobe. So that says don't enter, or like don't look inside. Something like that. As if anyone would look inside, but he was safe for so long, so it actually worked out.
Oh, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the sight of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, and you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes? Surely you could just tell me what you said. Well, I added some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Looks like this can open there, but I think it's just the model that's taken, that's all.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. So here, how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikataba? Ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikaba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
That was weirdly erotic!
There's the waste paper basket. Look, there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. It's only hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself.
Evacuation drill notice, 31st of October, following departure for the something you would like to tell me what it said before I fucking... Ah! Ah! Does it say in the history? No, it doesn't. Oi! Okay, I'm using the stream. Evacuation drill notice 31st of October. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. On the 31st of October. I don't know if this appears again, but I'm gonna cheat it anyways because it it annoys me. Evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Ah, of course, because now it's here. But we'll read this anyways. Evacuation drill itinerary. The notice about a practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Grouse the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge 𝐢𝐺𝐼's cabin. I'm trying. Okay, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm trying to like examine the least important things first. before it like progresses. So I feel like at this point I should try and save just in case it brushes over. But let's go for this one first. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. Ah, that one's new. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Does that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination though, a trifle. And you know that I always say, Mikdaba, there is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Why did it get moved? It's so damning. Okay. Before I examine the thing in the thing and then the box, there's nothing else of notice, is there? It's a very specific corner. It's not as far back as like when we were investigating like Cosmo's cabin. There's a speaking tube here. Look, it's been stoppered with some cloth. Stoppered? The voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really becoming a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Alright, we just need to note that more than anything. Alright, the unassuming, most important thing. Are you ready? That's a very sizable trunk indeed. They should always partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice that he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity, it's locked. We can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different though. Sadly not. Here's a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
Yeah, bet.
Hey! You're still here?
Able seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You were waiting for me? Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity farcina. I was in trouble with Kato because of tricky play before.
Poor innocent, Tichkin. Am I pronouncing his name correctly? Tichkin? Tichkin? If I were to put this in the translator, by any chance, does it have a pronunciation for me? Chicken. Is that like when I search up the name, it's Ace Attorney that comes up, you know? So it's not, it's, well actually, hold on. It's quite literally chicken. Chicken. His name is a pun? Is it because he's like a chicken? Oh no. I hope that wasn't spoilers. Oh, poor innocent chicken.
It is all your fault! Ship is leaving port soon, get off now! Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff? You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Gracious Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out, all of it?
Will we ever actually do a deduction? Wait, this is exciting.
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this?
Oh my gosh!
We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now.
Oh!
Time is of the essence.
Is this actually gonna be a correct deduction? Only in front of Mikdama does he do this. Oh. Okay.
Imagine. Mr. Shogunov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Ah, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you noted it too, Mikaba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observation.
I'm sorry.
Imagine.
Do not slip. This is an intense moment.
Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikdama. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Chomps, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that.
I will say, I don't actually know what you are talking about. But shall we? Oh god, you can investigate oh, this is intense. Oh my god. This is what the deductions would have been. Wait, he would have been gone. Sholmes was being easy when doing it with Renosuke. That's why there's only very few options, and this is actually for real him. Oh my god. Isn't it the disembark? If he hasn't disembarked 2 hours ago, so it would have been the clothes. Why are you standing on his clothes? That's so disrespectful.
It's not the clothes, it's the trunk, because yeah, we can't say the clothes. His trunk is still there. Okay, you can't, oh my god. Oh my god. This doesn't take HP, does it? What if I present the wrong thing? Can I present the wrong thing? It's been so long since I last saved though. I want to present the wrong thing. I want to see what goes on. I don't want to make Professor Mikdama an idiot though. I feel so bad. Okay, I'm gonna present the wrong thing. I'll make it the ice. Wait, does that make sense? If there's ice that hasn't melted yet in 2 hours, wait, that could happen in my. We'll present the door. That's my first time failing it, I think. Oh wait, no, there is HP! Well, now you know. There is a sense of fucking risk here. Oh, that's funny. The games now are my words, were they not? God, Sholmes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, Quite right, you are.
What's the clutch? I better rethink that before I'm the fool here. So cute!
That was a guy at all, that was a lie, wasn't it? Of course it was, and I'd hope you'd be quicker to point out why. Otherwise, the evidence itself may melt away before our very eyes.
I was right. My trunk thing was wrong until I realized it was the glass, and I was gonna. Maybe I should have presented. It would have been funny. I was right in the end.
Tom was purposely being wrong before to teach Ridorsuke deduction. Yeah, I only just picked up on that now. The whole deduction was so easy because it was from Ridorsuke's point of view. But now, but it's also in a way leading up to like this moment of like, well, here's the risk of like the deduction. Like all that you've learned from the last from this game and the last game all comes to this moment. It's really cool.
But I love that they just gave you a hard ass hint there.
Did they do that before? I feel like there was one time that I did get it wrong. One of my deductions was wrong before, but I can't remember when that was. But it feels like that was my first time seeing that animation like fall through. Also, hi Astro dude. Sorry. Nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well today.
Take that!
Oh! Oh! God damn! He's so stylish.
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. I'm curious that the eye shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah! It would appear that the man was here at this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With his well-chilled glass in hand. To mine off the refreshments Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But where would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS 𝐢𝐽 are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected. But you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mrs. Joku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this! Ugh, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
There's a part of my brain that's like, make sure you save. I just need to figure out when.
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped you. No, escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here?
That's the key to this mikdawa. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. Incongruous.
Sorry, hold on. The second I heard the dung, I need to make sure I save you.
Must say I didn't foresee ever doing the dance of deduction with you again, mikdawa. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
Rather awkwardly hiding the traces of crime, so it would have to be this. I'd have to present. This is hiding something, clearly.
Take that!
Why? Oh, another oh my god. Oh my god. If... Man! Imagine if Susato was here, she'd be fangirling to the max, wouldn't she?
Oh, it feels so wrong that she can't witness this. It's so sad. It's okay, this is the off fangirl for you.
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Gah! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikaba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? It's not gonna be blood, is it?
Oh! Blood, same thing. Crime, that's what happened.
That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting holes, sorry. See, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield that occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Oh! Hey. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikaba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
Money? It took money? Oh, we can't oh, I mean, there'll be too much dialogue otherwise, wouldn't it? I forgot to save. That's fine if I take a HP. Let's just hope they don't give it to wait, if you lose all of your HP, what happens here? You get kicked out of the ship and you fail? Like, fucking Renosuke calls like, did you find anything? Like, no, we got kicked out, sorry man. Like, oh, what the fuck? Wad of banknotes. Oh god, dear. I always find it funny that they can just stand here and then we look at them. Like, imagine, like, looking at them from a low angle. You'd have to be, like, kneeling. You're, like, looking up... looking up, like... like, you're just kneeling next to the man's, like, ass. Like, what's in your pocket?
Take that!
So fancy.
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite! The universal language of the world. Money. Ugh. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin, and the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku was hiding at this precise moment in time.
Oh my god, you couldn't be more obvious.
As always, Mikaba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. And you'd only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, immediately delayed blink, nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. Yes, there's more risk in this investigation, but it's funnier because the guy that we're investigating is like painfully obvious.
Oh my god.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. This man's turned his entire head. Not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it?
It's almost too obvious. We shan't let your tapping toes decide, my dear. We shall let your, let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. I think it's time for me to take a fucking drink.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? You don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. And sure, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock.
It's not a fucking word! It's a number! It's numbers!
As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff.
So...
No, I knew nothing about combination lock. Code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Why would you listen to him? Now, Mikaba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? The 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Would it be this way or would it be the other way? What? It'll be the other way now? Wait, no. What number is that?
Would it be this way? But what would the H be? Because if the H is... Would the H...
Would be a 4. 0, 1, 3... What the fuck is the E? What number is that? 2? 5, 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5?
You can review the scene.
LB?
Wait, if we were to read it this way, you can't, right? What's a H? No, you can't. Because if you think about turning a calculator upside down, you can make a H with a...
Shall I try that? Shall we try that?
Can't save here, so we're just gonna have to ball. 5, 2... 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. What are the does this make sense?
5.
H can't be a number. What if that was a number? The closest it would be would. It would be like a weird 5 or an incomplete 6. Even if we try to do a weird 7, it doesn't really work out. Also, the 3, well, unless it's an incomplete 8.
Take that!
That did it! It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Damn, you were able to fit in there? Well, the Jin, you found me now. Seishiro. You know what's funnier? He was wearing his hat too. Why were you wearing your hat in there? You didn't need to bring your hat. You could have just left your hat. You leave it with your clothes.
I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know? But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. Just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikaba. I believe you meant to say old friend and traveling companion. We made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. You see, my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor! Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all of this? You know it all by now, I imagine? What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? Afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. This says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you had already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship was set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? Sorry. What is it? Saponia from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk? I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look of his on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Oh, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of a brief sojourn in France. Small component, a small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the SS grounds. Well, young Naruto, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
Your assistant? That's your daughter! Why are you saying that so fucking distantly? 3rd November, 12:10 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Whew. Be safe.
Yep, we're back. Okay.
Oh dear, it's intense in here. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, I feel. So, for those that need to refill on hydrations, get a snack. That's me. I want to see if I can get a snack. I'll take a small break here. Is it 5-minute break? Yes. This is a good pause. I'm really hoping this bit of the trial only lasts minimum 2 hours. If it goes any longer, I may have to abruptly stop the stream just because I don't want to go over time. But yes. We'll just take a quick 5-minute break. Are we reconvene yet? Reconvene then. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Okay, see you guys. completely forgot to log in to my 𝐬𝐧𝐶 after reset today. So I need to quickly do that. I just had like this stroke of like confusion, like wait, did I ever log in today? No, I did not. So excuse me. I have to do it on my phone. I'm too lazy to open it on my computer. Takes longer. Even though I can't play the fucking game on my thing. Harder. And the only reason it's harder is because I have a thick screen protector and that... Oh dear. That usually interrupts me. There's a latency. Those know, they know. Those don't, you don't need to think about it. Make sure not to buy too thick of a screen protector. I just need to use 100. I fucked up. I have like overloaded Saturn, but it's fine. It's fine. I just need to use 100 now. I'll log in again later. I did the same for 𝐢𝐼. I went to do my abyss, not my abyss, my memory of chaos. Basically the same thing. I need to do that first. Speaking of, lighter comes this week. Ah! I don't think I'm going to stream my pulling session because I think it's kind of boring, so I'll just record it and see if I can turn it into a shorts later. Wow. Okay. Didn't get to do my daily, just needed to use my stamina because I completely forgot about it. Can't believe I fucking forgot. I really can't believe it. It's so embarrassing. Got too focused on 𝐢𝐼. Okay. Put this on charge. Okay, okay. Alright. I hope everyone has gotten their hydrations, their little snacks, because this may be a painful next bit of the trial. Because there's no way this is the end. There's definitely more, and that only scares me more than anything. I'll say this now. There will definitely be a bit during this trial where I have to stop abruptly. It's just to end the stream since I can't go over time today. So we will see. We will see. Let's strap in for now. We'll see how far I can get before I stop today. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 saw you. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. My unicorn.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts cannot be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. Witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him! By the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggests that 𝐢𝐧𝐿 is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes' famous deductions.
Sherlock Holmes?
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐿 on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Sorgi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro 𝐢𝐧𝐿 is the sole witness. We can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point.
Wait, will we actually stop here?
Prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐿's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow.
What the fuck? I'm so confused. Do we not want to blabber about anything else? Oh, we have this. We have this in our possession. Well, it makes sense why, but like, I feel like if we're gonna have this into whatever. Should I investigate this? Just to make this session longer? I'll investigate it after. Surely they won't take it from us.
No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord.
We'll live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Don't look at me like that. Wait, this would be such a good time to stop them, but like, I could still go for an hour though. No. Trial? Another. How long is this investigation? Question. Can I continue? Are we still? Okay. If it's an investigation, I can be okay with it. If it's a trial, I might want to stop. We saved. Okay. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamour around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within. Typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh! This is different. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m. So Sholmes Street. It was later that night.
You've returned, my dear fellows!
Welcome back to Britain! And thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more worrying day than Mikaba and I, no?
You could say that. We're on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor Sorgi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Oh, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse.
And all this started almost a year ago now. Mrs. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. I forgot. And the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. I'm trying to figure out what it is. He just wasn't being like whimsical, was he?
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Ikoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard.
The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Miktoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. Put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. Also urgent though, Mr. Sholmes. I forgot! Yeah, he asked him! Wait, that's so funny! Back then we didn't know that those two knew each other, but then we told Sholmes, her father. And he's like, oh, alright then. Guess I'll go run to the man. That's really cute. Such matters can wait until later! I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a face it is! If I'm none the wiser, I think the trial will won already. Roast beef, kibble, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of a pheasant as well.
Sorry, 𝐼𝐴, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, it's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh! Iris? Do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday.
Sorry.
I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
I thought it was suspicious she left so abruptly. I know she wanted time for herself, but like... She's a smart girl. Fucking shoulders fell to the floor again. Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Miktoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is, by the way, of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? But just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. I'm so scared. Do we have it on us? Do we know who it is? Or is it just gonna be a dead character off screen? No, surely not. This game. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Sholmes. It looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. Now, wait seconds.
Iris. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial about that telegram from Japan and without Kazuma. Felt like this opportunity to slip away. Why is he just... It's just Shoms. There's Shoms on the thing. Roast beef, kippers, stew, kidney, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. It all looks mouth-wateringly good.
Indeed it does, and if it were accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection.
You're still on that?
Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court.
Or indeed for drowning one's sorrows after a defeat.
I hope you're referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes.
He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Anything different that we can investigate around here? Not really. All the same, though. I mean, it's ticked, but I could try. Wait, why is it ticked? It shouldn't be, because there's a different case. We haven't investigated here. I'll save. Okay. The dialogue's the same. But I can't skip it. I don't know if I want to click through everything, but like, only, but like, to be fair, this. Okay, let me do one more. I last looked. And mysterious. Oh yeah, it's the same. Would the board, would Iris's board be different? Would it be about the apples on sale? This is where Iris Group is down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. They seem to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. Figures can speak. Questions to be answered if only you would read this month's Randus magazine. Seeing like the curtains like closed, it's just different atmosphere. I love those. But there really is nothing different. It's just this is a different interaction, so I'm not gonna press it because I'm very unfucked. Very unfucked in case this goes on footy long. I don't wanna go over time. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Miktaba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Zuzu's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fella. Find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. Now, no doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Unpleasant. I feel like if we present him anything, he's not gonna give a shit. Exactly. There's a lot of I'm picking up on like them trying to avoid useless dialogue. A pheasant! And all would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. Okay. haven't investigated this yet, have we?
Talk about our little doll. It was so cute, attached to your ear. You can't just not talk about it. It's so cute.
Oi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's nothing. Okay.
The telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
Oh, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated, duplicate follows. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
I forgot we found this, huh? This is from the end, the game, the last game. In Adventures, at the end, we found there was a Morse code, a Japanese Morse code specifically, that read out these initials. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. It came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue, a plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing that means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find their names out until the case was over, but we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are these names coming up again now? Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I'd wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Igoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. He asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. He owed a debt to us, so I feel like he would have gladly taken it upon himself to do it. Oh my god, Hosonaga, you were able to fucking... You're able to do it in time. My dear fellow, this is a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Sishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Igoku? He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. Without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. The Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Japan. A telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Igoku's office. Husband's death. This is where it gets intense. Let me drink. Hydrate. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bureau. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His
remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
You mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping 𝐢𝐧𝐼 coming to Britain? That's why he...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
In light of Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
He was assigned a bodyguard for some reason, wasn't he?
There's one lawyer and a study tour could continue, surely.
This is also from the last game, the second case, where this incident happened.
A good month of time, ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me?
After remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship would drive a man, I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul to find the foreign refuge she sought.
I do remember Mr. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Oh, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply can't comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop 𝐢𝐧𝐼 from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, that was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? I need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows.
Oh, we do have to present you something. Just quickly though, let's take a look at the room, see if there's anything important. Is anything poking out inconspicuously? No, right? Hi, Poker Castle! Me busy again, bye. Thanks for stopping by again! Take care, right? What? Hold on. An omen, he says. What's the naga? An omen, he says. Let me investigate this, by the way. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? Part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? Very grand name for such a tiny part.
But actually, yes, Miss Naruhodo. If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Shall we investigate the thing? Is that what you want me to do? What do you think, Mr. Sotha?
Sure, I know exactly what will fit here.
But really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
But really? I was just thinking precisely that too!
Perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once. Small component updated, it's now clear that it's the missing crown of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch.
Fucking pocket watch has taken it from the fucking the top and the bottom as well. Whew. What am I presenting them? Omen? Right, so the cardamom? You want to present the last piece to information? Is that when we'll talk?
There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. We're very clear that it was Judge Corco's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, 𝐻𝐿, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you weren't aware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be a hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
You're doing what?
Why can't I speak?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of names, 4 names was wired to the recipient Jikoko in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of that incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
𝐢𝐧𝐼! Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected. The 4 names.
As I said when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on this list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. A familiar name to me. She was a professional killer well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
𝐢𝐧𝐼 and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but determined it would be safest if young 𝐢𝐧𝐼 were to stay away from Britain.
So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly!
How did you know who he was? So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about 𝐢𝐧𝐼 to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then. I didn't know.
Oh!
Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew that significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No,
What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruto? Yes. You mean about 𝐢𝐼, I presume? Oh, of course! Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Oh, when he was eavesdropping.
Upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. Oh my god, my brain. What do you mean when you say a hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so, 𝐢𝐼 was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. A visiting student status being merely a front.
Oh my god, my brain. Hold on. Hold on. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. The real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by 𝐢𝐼 is because he was the target of an assassination.
And for armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? As another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma? Ah! He did say in court earlier today.
Young Mr. Sorgi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing the assassination exchange.
Assassination exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Assassination exchange.
Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassination exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then a Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries, so the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
Highest levels?
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. A dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes! If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're describing, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jikoku at all. It would mean Usogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Cosmo was here for Gregson? So Jikoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I would myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears, implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position, obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. To think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. I'd be transferring to the police Paris police, and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Wow, I hate this so much. Oh, Iris.
Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time!
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Cece would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you?
That if somebody like me would be worthy,
I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you're teaching me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Cece's going to be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Oh, darn, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Ah! Now where's my pheasant? Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh? Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. The overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Igoroku's office. An extraordinary assassination plot. Why do I keep saying like that? Assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. As though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I thought sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. I'm gonna fucking cry. Wow, that was exactly an hour! That actually worked out in my favor. Oh.
That fucking... I'm thinking about the fucking mail that Kazuma got. I fucking... Oh god. I'm not ready for this trial. I'm not ready whatsoever.
$9:30 AM? Are we going straight into the courtroom?
It is.
Okay, well, I'll be stopping it here. Okay, I wanted music, but I don't think we're gonna get music, so we're just gonna have to get the fuck out. That was a little teaser, you'd say. Oh, don't save, don't save, don't save. Yes, no, yes. No, don't save. Yes. Oh, the room, it's here! Oh god, okay, okay. Fuck, this game, bro. I'm so... you know what? It makes sense that I waited 2 years. I feel like I wouldn't have been I wouldn't have been able to survive through all of this had I not played through fucking the entirety of a Polyjustice trilogy and investigations. Like, I feel like the 2 years wait was worth it. There was no way I would have been able to survive through this 2 years ago. That is all for today. Because I may not be able to survive. Oh, sorry, because I need to stop it. Quotations early for today. The continuation of the case will be, of course, next week on Monday and Tuesday, if I do ever need those 2 days. We'll see if I can try and do as much of it, well, or clear it, I guess, in the next... I don't know how long it's gonna take, though. Anyone have, like, an amount of hours it takes to go through all the dialogue? Because I'm voicing all of it as well, so you can just times it by 2. I'm assuming... Okay, here's my lucky guess. 8 hours. I don't know if it's gonna take longer than that, because I'm gonna be thinking through it, too. Like, worst case scenario, I can't... I want to do, like, a good chunk of it on Monday. And then whatever continuation left on Tuesday. Maybe I'll be able to finish this game before... Actually, no, we'll see. Man. Yes, anyways, I'll think about that later. But that is all for me today. For those that are interested to watch my reaction and want to witness the continuation of this case, please tune in next week on Monday, Tuesday, 8 PM UTC +8. For those that are interested, but thank you to everyone that has dropped by the stream today, and also to those that have stayed and watched through. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a stream this week. My schedule starting this week is going to be a little bit iffy, so there may be a lot less, I guess, content for me over time, which I like to apologize for. I'll try and do as many streams as I can. Like my Monday, Tuesday, I think I can squish, like keep on, especially Monday. Monday's usually always fine. I'm just not too sure about Tuesday. But those... I can guarantee those 2 days. Saturday is going to be very up and down. I'm not too sure if I'll be able to get through it this week. If I do ever make a waiting room, please look forward to that. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I just have to wait and see, to be honest. But Lighter's banner, for those that play Zen the Zone Zero, is coming this week, so I probably will like record that, and if anything good comes out of that pooling session, I will turn it into a shorts. It's been a very long time since I made a shorts, but I have decided to go on hiatus for it just because I'm in a little bit of a break at the moment, and I'm gonna be too busy anyways, so it kind of works out. It's painful. It's been so long. I miss making shorts. But
if I do ever post that, please look forward to it this week. I will try and post it this week and on time. If not, post it when I do finish it or do end up making it. But that is all from me today. I guess a reminder to those that are curious to, I guess, what game that I'll be playing next. Since the year is becoming busy for me, I will not be playing a new game. This is technically the last game series that I'll be playing at the end of the year. For this year. So any new games I start will be next year. So, sorry to disappoint anyone that is looking forward to me playing a different game, since I do play a lot. I usually try and play like some kind of RPG after Ace Attorney, since I did play through the Great Ace Attorney relatively back to back. But for my filler streams after I do finish the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, it will literally just be me playing my gacha games and catching up. If not, it will just be me, I'll just be drawing. But I'm gonna try and aim to catch up on my gacha games because I'm very far behind. I know that's usually very boring. It's like just grinding. So I hope that people will tune in for the drawing sessions, since I will be drawing the bunnies, trying to color them in. If not, it would make me happy if people tuned in during the grinding as well, since there is some stories that I haven't witnessed yet, so it'd be nice to play through it with people. So, you know, that is the plan. That is the plan I have currently. Just a reminder, I will try to constantly throw that into every stream, so I'm not going to be streaming as much anymore. But that is just a little note for those that that want to know about my schedule. But yes, that should be everything at the top of my head. If anything else comes, it will be on Twitter, or I'll post a community post. If I ever post a community post, probably be on Twitter, but who knows. But yes, that's all. Thank you once again to everyone that has dropped and stayed and watched through today's stream. Please look forward to next week for the continuation of this game. But that is all. Remember, everyone, to go hydrate and go eat if you haven't already. Remember to take care of yourself, put yourself first. It's very, very important now with the busy season in this moment. But I don't blame anyone if you are not able to to take care of yourself, because it is a rough time. So, but remember to I'm sorry, my brain is like I'm hardcore brain farting. Whenever the stream, I try to close off a stream, my brain just like slowly like dies down. My brain ceases to function. But despite all that, please remember, everyone, despite the busy season, oi, make sure you take care of yourself. Other than that, for everyone else on this side of the world, it's not as late as my usual ending time for the stream, but it's still quite late, so have a good rest of your night, a good rest of your evening for those on this side of the world. But to everyone else on the other side of the world, please have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Good night. Goodbye.